Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. And in today's video we are building an e-commerce inspired by Apple, and we're using TanStack Start framework. TanStack Start framework is a new kid on the block and it is trending everywhere. Everyone is using it and everyone has been demanding this video over time. It is still in RC, and that means it is a release candidate, means it is not yet stable, or they haven't released even version 1, but people are already using it like there is no tomorrow. And in today's video we are going to see if it can really build a full stack application using what we're going to be building this e-commerce. So I just want to show you the demo of what we actually built after about 5 hours of hustling up and down. Some things didn't work, others worked, and we learned a lot. So this is a simple e-commerce, and all these data you're seeing here, they are being fetched in database. We are using Postgres, and we're using also Prisma for fetching that data. So when you click on the product, let's say this one, iPad Pro, this takes us to the detailed page of this product here, as you can see. If we visit the dashboard, we get more analytics, and all this is actually coming from the database. You can see we have total products 3, categories 5, total value, and stock rate, and the product by category. All this data we are fetching it from database. We have the products on the products page, and you can see we have all these products as we saw them on the front end. We can add a new product. Let's go to in here to the actual here, and we're just going to add in the iPhones. This is the actual website. I'm just going to get one of the iPhones like this one, copy the image address. So we have iPhone 17 Pro, so iPhone 17 Pro. Let's add the image. We can just get a simple description, and the price is $10.99. And then here, this is in the the iPhones, and the features, maybe we could just come here and we see if we can see any features. Let me add, like, this is sparkling and really fast, so you can just like add in as many as you want. And let's go ahead and create this, and we don't have the description. Let's paste this, and this is creating, and you can see product created. We have iPhone 17, and now when we just go back to the categories, you can see now if you check on the iPhones, they have one product. And you can also similarly create the new category. There is a lot of good validation, and for the validation rules we're using TanStack forms for validation and everything. So really we learned a lot of fetching, a lot of data fetching techniques in TanStack. You can also of course search. All these ones are working, and if you go back the overview, you said the products have increased to 4, and even the iPad now has 1. This iPhone has 1 product. Yeah, and if you just also go back to the store, you said the products have increased. So you just go back here. You said we have now iPhone 17, and if we click on it, we have sparkling really fast. So we did the whole entire CRUD functionalities. We learned a lot, And if you are just excited and you want to see all the concepts in the TanStack, and if it is really possible to replace Next.js with TanStack, let's just dive in and get started. Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. So in today's video, we are looking at TanStack Start. This has been a very much requested video. Most people have inboxed me, others have commented on the YouTube videos that I've created. They wanted me to create a tutorial about TanStack Start. And me personally also, I was skeptical. There is a lot of trending on TanStack Start. Everyone is comparing it with Next.js and, doing a lot of comparisons, and everyone is saying TanStack is the Next.js killer and, such a kinds of words. So in today's video, we are going to walk through. I've not done any TanStack project yet. This is going to be the first time I'm trying TanStack, and we are going to try it, two of us, and we'll see how it goes. And we are going to use it to build a simple e-commerce. If it was possible, we would put in authentication with better auth, and we look at all those things. We could also try to add in, see in the future we'll use it with Honor and other things. But right now, since it is a full stack, we'll just go ahead and try it and see how it goes. Okay. So I want us to use it to build a simple e-commerce. I already have a layout of the e-commerce, just like is inspired by Apple, and just a simple one with some categories. And when you click on a category, it takes you to the category page, so you can see category, then Mac, and then here you have like the MacBooks, and then you have other categories. Then down here you have the products. So when you click on a product, it also takes you on a product detailed page. There is no add to cart, no fancy things. What I just want to see is if we are able to create and fetch all these things with ease. And then we also have a dashboard which has some analytics, and it has other pages like the product listing, where we just have this. I bet the search is working. Let me see. Yeah, search is working. And then you can add a new product like this. We'll also try with the image. I want to use upload thing to see how we can integrate upload thing. And then we have categories. Similarly, you click here, and we have also this here. So we're also just going to use upload thing here to upload the image and see how we are going to pull that. So that's the project we are going to do. It has a lot of things, actually more than I expected. I don't know if we're going to pull these off. The good thing that the UIs are created, so we just need to first of all convert these pages which are in Next.js and first put them in the TanStack project, and they sit in properly, and then we start implementing the whole actual backend of it in TanStack. So that's what you're going to do. So the first step you're going to do, we actually also have a full blog. Now, normally how I normally write these blogs, I always make a bunch of research and put them together, not necessarily trying, but I can just get like 5 blogs plus YouTube videos and put them together to create these blogs. It does not necessarily mean that I have tried it and I came up with this, because you're going to see as we are trying it out individually, you will see that we keep on changing some things to fit in. Okay, yeah, so that's what we are going to be doing. But I always put these ones to help us, see some things that are not in the actual documentation. But we can also try to get all these documentations right. So you need 2 things. The first one is you need this blog. So this one, go to jbdsub.com, go blogs, blog/TanStack Start. So you have this, and then also you need this repository. I've made it open source, like it is public. just simply go and get this TanStack, Next.js for TanStack, clone it and install dependencies and just run npm dev. Then you should actually have this. Okay, you should have this. So I'm just going to go back to the store actually, like this. So you should be able to have this. So let's assume you are at this point. Now you will notice that this is actually a Next.js project, right? This is a Next.js 16 project. So our purpose is to convert this. We create pages, so we learn how to create pages. We learn how to install CN and all other nice things that we need to do. So what is going to be our first step? So our first step, of course, is actually visiting the tanstack.com and click on TanStack Start. So you can see it has so many here. We have TanStack Form, DB, Virtual, Pacer, Store, and there are so many things here. Okay, this guy creates everybody's. It's just like really much. He has a lot of things, but he has virtual. You can just go ahead and try other things he has created. But in this, we might use TanStack Start. TanStack Start uses TanStack Router and also TanStack Query. So by using this, if you're necessarily using this one, you can also use TanStack Form for actually the type safe form to do validation, and then table for rendering the tables. They have also a DB, which I have not tried really, but just interested in this TanStack. So if you look at TanStack Start here, they say that full stack framework powered by TanStack Router for React and Solid. So you can see it has SSR, streaming, server functions, build, and more. So when I look at it, it looks like Next.js with server actions. Okay, so RC means RC, it means that it is currently let's go down here to can I just say get started, just here and get started, and when you just go to what they explained about the overview. So RC is release candidate stage. That means that all the features they are complete. It's API considered stable. This does not mean it is bug free. So I don't know if it is recommended for production or not, but it's really backed up by a lot of partners. So just go ahead and get started. So if you click on actually installation or get started, there is even a quick start, which is just like npm create TanStack Start, just our latest like this. So I'm just going to go to my folder, which has TanStack Start, and I'm just going to create a project in here. So I'm just going to open this like so, and I'm just going to open the terminal like this. And now instead of using this one, I have a modified one where it installs actually also CN. So you can see we can use this one, but there is also this one. Okay, like create TanStack Start latest -- tailwind -- add zone CN, and maybe we put the name of the project. I'm not sure. I'm just going to do this. Sorry. I copied from here, or let me just say copy. I'm just going to first of all cross this. So let me just cross this one, and I'm just going to go ahead and npm create a TanStack Start latest add-on. So I think add-on we are adding in is CN. Does it mean that we can put like our name of our project, like Epoch clone? I'm not sure if this is going to actually run. So why I got that command is from CN itself. So when you go to shard and you just go to installation, and you see now they actually have TanStack Start. There is TanStack Router, but there is TanStack Start, and you can see the command is this one, add zone CN. So let's assume that this is going to go ahead and in Apple clone. Yeah, so it actually created a project there. So I'm just going to cd into Apple clone. I'm just going to say code.-r. So what I would do is actually install like a button and see if this actually sits in, because here they say you can add a component. So we can just go in here and start by adding this component. And then let's go to the index, because they are actually added it in the index here. So I'm just going to go in the index. Let's wait for it to install. I'll go to source, routes, index. So in the routes is where you actually put the routes or the pages, and the index is the home page. Okay, so if we look at how this is working, you can see we have export on top here, export const route, and then here we have the function. So you can see how the page works is that you create the page using this route thing, const route, and then in this is where you specify the component, and then down here you have the component that you actually talked about here. Okay, so you can just name this anything like my comp, and then you just come here and you say my comp, just like this. It will still do the exact same thing. Okay, so I'm just going to go here, and we have a lot of features and the return here. So let me just do remove everything. Just going to say padding of 16, and then inside here I'm just going to actually add a button. So just do this, click me, and let's go ahead and start this npm dev. So you can see it runs vite dev. So behind the scene it uses vite, while your Next.js uses TurboPack. This one uses vite, and I think most people are moving towards this one because this is a React, this is a React framework, which means you can also deploy it anywhere, not necessarily Versailles. You can deploy this on AWS and all other, VPS without, all those. So they have here some starter demo for server functions, API requests, and SSR demos. I don't know if we just need to do, but they come when they have some pages that are only for SSR, SPM mode. They try to actually demonstrate how to use these things. So if you look at them, they are in the routes of demo, and inside the demo they have API. So you can look at how they create like API. I don't know why we have errors right now. I'm not sure why, but you can see demo API names, and then you can just have server, and then you put your handler here. You can see get, and then you have the return whatever you want to return, and then API request get names, and then you can just say this, then I think you can just this is how you use the API. And then you see in the function, which I believe actually created the route, and then here we are actually using that route. So this is if you want to use the APIs. But then we have server functions. So you can create a server function, which I think we're just going to go with server functions. So you can create a server function like render to dos, and then you have await, you fetch them from wherever and go ahead and return them. Then you can create, so you can see here get to dos, you pass in the method and the handler, and then you have the add to dos. So all these ones are server function. Then in the component is why I use the loader. I think just going to use this version, but they have also the version of APIs. Okay, so at the beginning, this feels like Next.js because you have API. You can create API here. You can then use these APIs. Then you have server functions. Then it is SSR, which is server-side rendering, and you can see they put SSR. And you have also, you can use loader data. Like they're giving you so many ways. At this point, I don't know which one you're going, which one is much better, but I'm just going to go with these server functions. Okay, for now. Just going to be actually also, I think, referring to these ones as we are building if we just get confused. So that is a good thing to make sure that they have this, which I should also go ahead and remove this navigation. I don't know where it is coming from, but we just remove it from here. I know somewhat must be in the layout, so just going to remove this, and then also remove this. Okay, I will close all these things. Close the demo. Then in the root, let's look in the root. And in the root, we have the head, which has all these links. So I feel like this is where I think we have the, so here we have the dev tools, I think, which is okay. Then we have this header. So if I comment this header, we should have a clean interface. So we just want to actually go ahead and run this. So I think I just need to also run the Next.js project. So let me open this so that we run both of them so that we can see. So I will change one to run on another port. So I'm just going to go to Next.js, here build Dave. Let me just see if I put dashboard, and then I just say maybe 3001. Let me just start here, pnpm Dave, and you see if it's going to use the 3001 port. No. So this is not how you pass in the port. I thought you could just pass in like double port. Let me just try this again. Oh, so now it works. Since I say dashboard, we have the port 3001 because the other one is running on 3000. This one is on 3001. So what we want to start with is the header. So when you go to, how do we create two layouts? Because if you go this, you said this is a different layout with its header. And when you go this side, we have this, which is the header for the front end. Because if I click on Mac, you will see that this home and this are still there, right? So we'll see how we create layouts. It also has children. You can see here children, and so what I don't know is if I create like a route group. So that's the first question. How do I create two route groups? Because here we have demo, and in this route I want to use a certain layout. Okay, so let me just go to the documentation here, and I just say, like, say route. I don't think they call them route groups. Okay, there is pathways, layout, routes. Let's see what they talk about this. So here they're saying a pathways, layout, routes, and breakout routes. Because of the undefined route system, pathless routes are supported for similar functionalities, can be used for adding middleware to a group of routes. So that is nested directories. So you can see this is the root component, index, about. So you can see, so if I say posts, and you have index inside the post ID, and then you have posts with this, then you have post ID, you have this, settings. So there is actually, so if you just do this pathless layout.tsx, it is a pathless layout. So I don't know what does that mean. Okay. Okay, so let me just so I first paused and I started digging into the documentation for the TanStack router, because I did not even consider we're going to reach where we need like that route groups. But on this, under routing, there is routing concepts. Now on routing concepts, really they go into details explaining how all the routes are created, what we are looking at. This is basically how you create this. All other routes, or the anatomy of a route, or other routes other than the route are configured using the create file route function, which provide type safety using file-based routing. So they do this, and the route, it has no pass or is matched, blah blah, and they talk about everything, right? So what I was interested in, these are basic route. You have a component, then you have this create route, and then you specify this component. This is how you create the about page, right? And basic routes are simple and straightforward. They match path exactly and when are provided. Then we have index routes. So you can say post.index, and then you do this. And then dynamic routes, the same thing. You can get, we're going to see how you're going to be getting dynamics. The one I was interested in was actually layouts. So the layout routes are used to wrap child routes with additional components and logic. And if you just go down here, they actually talk about it. So let's take a look at an example of a layout called app. So if you have app.tsx, and then you have app.dashboard and app.settings, they come and they say that in the tree above, app.tsx is the layout route that wraps two child routes, the app.dashboard and app settings. So this is now how you create it, and you use this outlet. So you just go here, they show you how it is matching. What I was actually wanting is this, because I want to stick to the one using the folders the way we use in Next.js. By the way, it's just a get one routing style, because they have a lot of routing styles here. There is code routing, there is file-based routing, and even file-based routing, you can use files direct, or you can just use the way we use in Next.js by creating folders. I think this is similar to the way they do it in Expo when you're creating routes. So if you want to create this in routes, you can create app, and then inside here you have route.tsx and dashboard.tsx and the setting.tsx. So in this nested tree, the app route index file is configured to be the layout that wraps the two children, and this is exactly what we want. And then they show you how even to pass this, and exactly this is what I want. So I'm just going to go here and copy this. Okay, so what I'm just going to actually do is, so in the routes we can create a new folder, and maybe they just say that this is going to be shop, just like this. And in the shop, inside we're just going to create route.tsx. And by the way, let me just do this and a comment. So you can see by default they create it as a route shop, but we just want it to make it like this. So the create file, this is going to be shop, okay, because this name is shop here. And we just want to say that this is going to be the shop layout. Shop layout, just like this, and shop layout. So even here, let's specify the shop layout, and this is going to be the shop layout. Shop layout. And inside this shop is where we're going to create all our pages. Okay, so if you just come back here, you see that this is the layout, and then from here you can create your dashboard and all that. So I believe that means if I want to add the index page, because now we have this index page, which I don't need it to be under the route, because the route is going to be using this. Basically, I don't want anything here in this one. I want this to be, so what I don't know is if I move this inside shop, what happens? If I just leave this and I have this index, so in the index, so it actually changed this to shop slash and then has this component. So then how do we configure okay, so maybe we could just leave it outside here. Okay, so this becomes index, but then that means in the first render that do I need to wrap? I do not want to put anything, the header inside here. Okay, I do not want. I just want this home page to have everything. So that means this is under this route, and this covers all the routes inside, so we cannot use this one, the global layout. We need to, for now, what we just do, we'll just pass in this header component. So what I just want to do in the components, you see that they have this header. So I just need to change these. I'm just going to rename this maybe to shop header, like this. And let's go ahead and get that header. So if you just go to the Next.js project, this side, and you go to components, you have the store header here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy everything, just like this. Come back here and let's just paste this. So you can just actually, so just do this. Okay, let me just leave the naming like so. So here we don't need this link now. Okay, we'll just get the link from somewhere else, I believe. Let me just import the link from TanStack here. Now it doesn't have the yeah, it doesn't have this. I think this is supposed to be 2. Yes, so you use a 2. So even this has a 2, and then this has a 2, and you're going to see that it gives sorry, and then this one 2. Okay, so we don't have any errors, and this store header is what I want to wrap. So if you just go back here, you know why we have an error, because this does not using that. I just want to go here temporarily. Actually, before we put this, just going to actually go ahead and add this to our header like so. So that means like if I just go back to our app, it's saying cannot. Oh, okay. So you can see we have the store header actually. We have the store header on top, So when we click here, like dashboard, we should just be able to go to the dashboard or something. So the index remains to be there. We're just going to leave it there like so. But I wonder if I added it as a folder, what it would be. Or what if I remove this this one, the main route? I have no idea. Let's just leave it, not complicate right now. So I'm just going to go to the shop, and this is where I'm going to put all other pages. So which pages am I talking about? So if you just go back here, inside here the store, by the way, we just need to change the font. We'll see where. But then we have this home page. First of all, let's bring in this home page. It looks very slick. So I'm just going to go to the next, and I'm just going to go to index page here. And I'm just going to go ahead, and you see even this one, they have the store header here. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, everything the way it is. So we have to be very careful. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy this. In fact, just first copy this, and let's go to the we're still on index, so I'm just going to go back to the index. So where we have this, so instead I'm just going to name this component as home page. So you don't need to export default, just simply export this, and we're just going to pass this as the home page here. And then the products, let's get where they are. Okay, so these products come from the data, so I'm just going to create lib, and we add this. Okay, so let me just go to lib. So lib is here, and it has utils, but they also have data where they have actually dummy data. Let me just actually use this. So paste in. Oh, okay, let me just call this maybe products. Does it have only products? Okay, let me just take this into lib. Okay, just put into lib. It have the categories, dummy, and also it has this. Okay, this is good. Okay, so next, let's just go to our back to the index, and let's get the products, import from this. Good. Let's go ahead and change some things. For example, the link should come from this, and wherever there is href equal, I'll replace it with 2 equal, just like that. Replace, and let's scroll down. We have also categories. Let's map the categories, and then we have the CRUD. So let's just go ahead and install the CRUD. I'm just going to go ahead and install the CRUD. pnpm. Let's just go on the terminal here. Let's open and just say pnpm dlx shad cn latest add CRUD, just like this. I think we need a CRUD right now. Just going to first add the CRUD. Okay, so the CRUD has been added, so you can just means that you can just bring in the CRUD. Let's first go back here in the next.js one, go to page, and let's get these. So just need the CRUD and the CRUD content, just like this. The CRUD. Okay, so we still have 5 errors. Let's go and see these ones. First of all, we have the image. So in this case, we're just going to use just the normal img, and then remove things like this. And also here, I'm just also going to use img. and then remove something like this. Okay, that's good. So that should be the home page rendered nicely. Let's go here. Yeah, so you can see this is good. We don't have the images. Let's see. So how do we keep how do we get these assets when it comes to this? Because they have also a public folder. Oh, so you have a say public folder. Let me just get the public folder here and move it. So you think this is where we have all our images. So public. Okay, so I'm just going to get all these ones. I'm just going to go public like this, copy everything, and let's go to this public and paste everything. Okay, so does that mean if we just go back to our data, so we have the data.ts here, and if you look at this data, the categories are referencing images from just slash. Does that mean that automatically features the images? Yeah, so it just automatically, if you put them in the public, they work expected. So how do I change the font? So change the font, let's go to the route. This looks like this is what everything is. You can have the scripts. I just want to look at the styles. If you just look here, we have meta in the head, which you can pass actually the link. Does this mean you can actually go to style sheet? Because this is why we have style sheet app CSS. I don't know. I think we can just like specify from here. So if I got in my font family, because here it is using this one. So if I got my font family, it means I can actually bring it in here. Okay, so since this is CSS, we can just go to fonts.google. So you can just go to fonts. I'm just going to go and get this font, which is going to be honest. I'm just going to say get the font. Let's first remove this Ubuntu. Just want to remain with this one. Get it and just get the embed. So right now, since we're using CSS, I would just want to use this @ and then go inside here. Let me just add it just on top like so, and then inside the font family, let me just go ahead and specify that the font family is going to be this. So we have the font family, all this. I'm just going to remove that just like this. Just add just font family like so. Okay, I just need to replace instead this. Okay, and let's go ahead and see if this changes. Yep, so this changes. Nice. The TanStack everything. We have the home page live and clear. It looks more beautiful. Okay, so this is good so far. Okay, I think you're learning something here. So the font family, we're using CSS to change them, and then if you just go in the index, we have our whole entire store, right? And with the categories just like this from here and everything. Okay, so that is done. Let's go to the this category page. So let's start with one page. So if you just click on the category, it takes you to, oh, okay, right now it is not there, of course. So it just means if you clicked onto this, it takes you to this category iPhone. Okay, so we just need to create this basically. So that means that inside the shop, so just going to change the routing a little bit, because this is like slash category slash phone, but because we added this in the routing to add this index, this route, that means we're just going to say, for example, so for example, I'm just going to create another folder called category, right? According to the routing we saw here. So if you just see, so you can create, for example, users, and in the users, then you can create this. So this is what we actually need, like users. So I need like, I think I just have to create users with the index, because this will be now the route which is going to apply on these two pages, which I don't care in that case because you just have only one page. So I'm just going to say category ID, which is also a folder, I guess. So inside here, I'm just going to create another folder, but we could actually create the file itself. We might just not need to create another one. So you can just say create category and just say category ID.tsx like this. Okay, we're just going to create it like that because here we don't have the index, the edit, we just have one file. So to get the content of a dynamic route, I think we can just go here where we have this. They have the dynamic route somewhere. Okay, so this is it. So I think it also added, it didn't add anything. Oh, okay. Let me just copy this and add it here. So first of all, this is going to be create route shop category ID. Is that so? Let me just wait and see. Okay, so when you're creating this, we need to pass in $1 to make sure that this is a dynamic route. So I'm just going to change this to add $1. So rename this to add $1 sign here, like so. Okay. So if you add $1, then this becomes actually, see, shop category, and then this is a dynamic route, just like this. And then you can actually access the params and everything, or you could just like go in the post component. So you can just like put the component, and then you simply get this from route.use params, whichever you want. We're just going to go with this order because we might just actually get category by ID, and then we put this. So just look at this page in the Next.js project. So if you just go back here and you go to the category, you see that we have actually a slug. So we're just going to use a slug, not even the ID. So then here we just get the slug, and then we're just going to use get category by slug. So to change that, first of all, let's go and rename this to slug. I'm just going to say $. I'm just going to say $slug, just like this. So this one is going to change to, if I, yeah, so you can see category slug. And in this loader component, this is what's supposed to get the params, and we just use this. So in here is where I'm just going to do a lot of things. So I'm just going to copy this. So I think you can do this, and then we can just say const, for example, so I'm just going to say const. Let me just do this. we need to wrap this to make it async. I'm not aware, I don't know if this is supposed to be async or something, but I'm just going to go to we just need to get the slug and then get the category. If not found, we show this. There is also getting the products, so we just all need all these ones. So let me copy all these. So all these are going to go inside the loader. So let me just do this. Okay, so the first thing is getting the slug, which is going to be await. There's no need of await. We can destructure the params and we get this because it's params.slug, so you can just get the slug. And then we get the category by saying get category by slug, and then we pass in this. If there is no category, we're supposed to render something. Okay, if there is no category, what are we supposed to do in that case? Is it like possible in the loader component you can return a component? This I'm not sure of what you can do here, like if you can actually return something like a component. Haven't known how that one is going to be. If there is no category, would want to actually go ahead and show a different component. So you see here, you can fetch post ID, and the weird thing they didn't actually consider, like if this post ID is not. So dynamic segment works on each segment of the path, blah blah, and okay, we're just going to see the. Oh, by the way, so there is in the loader there is the part of this component. I don't know if that one is also can be dynamic, but for now they just say, just going to comment out this like nothing, and then we get the products, get product by category, and then we have category by ID. I'm just going to do this and just going to say yeah. If it's not there, we pass in this. Then other categories, we filter, we get all the categories, and then we filter category not equal to category ID. So what I could do is down here, actually, you could get the const. I could just get the cat ID, which is going to be equal to this. Cut this and to this. So this is a string. So then here we could pass the cat ID just like this, and the same thing we could just like pass this cat ID here. So we get other categories. Now the question is, what do we return? Because we need to return all these. We need the category, we need the products, and even other categories. So that means like in the loader component, you need to actually go ahead and return all these. So what I'm just going to say is, I'm just going to say return, just going to return an object. So if you check in the documentation, you can see like this is actually returning whatever this is. That means here I'm just going to say return, for example, category, comma, return products, comma, and then return also the other categories, just like this. And then all these, so in the loader component is going to fetches the data, and you access them in this component. In this case, you just get the component. So I'm just going to go back here. So we'll go back here in the store header. So I think at this point we don't need to use that, but I'm just going to first go ahead and get this. And this is going to be the component. Okay, so in this, I'm just going to say the category, just like this, category page. Okay, just get close to the microphone. So this is the category page, and I'm just going to pass here category page, and in here we don't need now this. I'm just going to simply return all this HTML. Let's hope there is not any problem. So the store header, we can just import this, and then the link, we can just also just say whatever there is this link, we replace it with 2, and then I'm just going to import the link from TanStack router. Then the category now, because we did not just return the category, we returned an object. So how do we access? Oh, so what if I actually just do this? So if I just say, for example, const result is equal to this, an object of this, and then I return result, does it mean I can just access here like result? Like result. Let me just duplicate this first. Does it mean that if I just do this, I can access like result? Okay, let's look at the how we get this. Okay, I didn't want this because it's getting the post ID. Okay, just look in the documentation. At that point, I think we can have a hint. So if we just go to where we have like in the page, I just want the one which has a loader. Okay, this is the one. So if you see like in the loader, we just do this and we return a key. For example, user info, which is this. So in here, oh, okay, we use this. Okay, I get the point. I get the point. So we use loader data. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to actually where we have this. Okay, and then down here in the component, we can just say const, and then we can destructure all this from use loader data, just like this. Okay, we can just use loader data like this, and it's saying expects some argument. What argument? Because here we can just now get, I think this is like something else. Let me just use router. This is route dot, so route dot use loader data, just like this. So this is a different one with the one we just and here is supposed to get like, can I just like get, for example, category? Because here we have the key user info. This is the key we have here in the return. If I just do category, this is same as like category like this, as you can see. Okay, let's just like go ahead and search this. So I'm just going to go in this, and I'm just going to go ahead and search. I'm just going to go ahead and search, for example, for use loader data. Okay. the example they gave here, and this is coming from TanStack router. If you just use this, you can say use the data, and then you pass in the from. So what does that give you? Hook returns the loaded data from the closest route match. So the user data hook accepts the options. So the from, the route ID of the closest parent match, optional, but recommended for free type safety. Okay, it has also the select and others. Returns if a select function is provided. As no select function, the loaded data or the okay, so they have this. So if I say const down here, let's first do this. Loaded data is from, so in this case is going to be this, I think this route. I'm just going to actually make this to be the from. Shop category slag, like that. Oh, it seems like the return here is not there. Did I just like remove it, or what just did I do? This is supposed to be a return, right? I think it should be a return. Let's go ahead and look at any of the components. Okay, let me just check like the home page. So if you just go here, this should be a return. Okay, so here I'm just going to go ahead and do return, and like this. So does this mean this one? Oh, so now this one works actually. So this one works now, and we can just like get okay, I think this is good. So I'm just going to pass here. You can just get others like it's not giving me this, but so it means like I can get the products and other categories. So you can just say here products and other categories. So I think it's what just like saying like they don't have types. So if we pass in this you can see actually it is just like actually getting this. So if we pass in the from, let me just go down here. Okay, route loaders. What was I on? We're searching for the use load data here. So you can just like pass in this here. So if I just go ahead and pass in, I'm not sure if the types are come, because you're saying this. Oh, that is if let me first comment this. So we have this. I'm just going to comment it out, and then I just use this one. Okay. It seems also like so if I just pass in the path here, like slash shop slash category slash dollar slug, because it's the same path that is in here. It doesn't give it any types. You can see it still has any, which is really shocking. So we have all these. So let's see. We have category, products, and others. So let's go down here, see. So products, they have any, and that's why we have this here. So can we give them some types? How do I provide them with types? So because we actually have these types, so let me just say, yeah. The problem if you just do this and you pass in like category, this is not to be type. If I go to data, you can see the category and the product, they are exported actually. So the types, we have them, but if you just do this, it means just like you are renaming it. Okay, so how do I give them types? By, can I just do this here and I do this? Can I do, like, for example, category to be category, and then products to be like product array, and other categories to be also the category array. Okay, so they have types. If we just hover this has type, then why are we having, okay, so this is something else. For the image, we use img and remove the field. Then we just get the CRUD here. I'm just going to remove this. So you could just say const, import. So you can just say import from at components CRUD UI CRUD. I'm just going to get the CRUD and the CRUD. I think CRUD content. Okay, then next is this button. Yeah, so basically that's how you do it. It was just like, so I don't know why they lose types, because at this point you have the types. Okay, you have the types here, but then when you return them, I don't know, like, how are we supposed to get this data from the loader that we use types? Because after getting it here, if you don't do this, which is just like hard coding or giving them types, later they have lost their types. Okay, they have lost their types. Okay, let's first go here, because you can see already products has any, and which is really not good. Okay, so yeah, at least we have given them types. Now we are good. So it means we can visit this page. However, we need to change something, I think, in the index on the route. So if you just go to where we have the categories map, and this is where we have a link to. So you have two, we have category, and then which should be shop first. So just going to say shop, like slash shop, and then category slag, which is okay. But if you look at the link while giving, let's actually first do it. So this does not exist actually. So if I just go back to the home page, refresh. So if I hover here, you can see it goes to shop category iPhone. Yeah, so this really works. And we have also the shop layout. Okay, so this is where we can put this. So you can just move this whole entire header now. So this, I could just cut this. Okay, and let's move it to the root where we can have this. So let's see how this looks like. Refresh. Do we have two of them? So if you just go back to category slide, oh, we still have it. So you can just like remove this. Yeah, which is looks good. So we have these, and even the products are coming, and we have the categories down here, which is really cool. I just want to change one thing on these. So when you just have the, if you just go to the link of these, even the products, let's see. These ones, they have this, but if you just go down here, they don't have the cursor pointer. Is this actually put on the styles or something? Okay, so if I just go to other categories, they have the link. So this is missing something. We're just going to say shop. And so we have shop category mark. Okay, but then I think it's just because of this button. So does this take any class name? It doesn't seem you can style it, but I'm just going to go ahead, and since we're using a button, just going to pass in the cursor pointer like so, because the buttons don't have. Yes, nice. So let's go ahead now. We got the product. So if you just go back to the home and we just click now on the product, we don't have this route. Okay, we don't have the route. So how do I go ahead and customize that? So this is why we go back to the shop. Instead of this, now I'm just going to duplicate this, and so just suppose create like you see here product and then iPhone. So you're just also using the slag. So I'm just going to go here and I create the product. So here just say product, and then inside this I'm just going to say so you create a file which is going to be $slag, just like this. So you can see this creates a dynamic shop product and slag, and then in between here is we're just going to have our loader, and this actually is a component that you can return something. So just going to put our things inside here. So let's go to this side. We look for the product slag page. As we said, so just going to go in here. We get all these things the way they are. Okay, copy all this, and let's go ahead and add them inside here. Then next is let's go ahead and get this return. So just have this return. I'm just going to go ahead and also call this return where we have this function, then return. We can just call the button, for example. So just go ahead and start modeling this data in this component. So the first thing is we'll have the params, so you have access to params, and then from these params you can get the slug. Then here we call the get slug, we get the product, now not found, not yet. I don't know how, if you want to show this, let's first go and search, by the way. So if I just go here and I say not found, okay, we have a lot of things. Let's see this. Yeah, so you can actually throw, they have it here nicely. So if there is no post, then you can just like throw this. Throw not found is there. And you can even give, if you want to show a route on the whole page, so you can also just throw, and then you pass in the route that didn't have this. But I'm just going to throw the not found only. So here, so just a throw and then not found, just like this, throw not found. So that means I can also just add it in the category. So here we had it we had it in the category here somewhere, we left it, so you can just like throw not found, and I can just get the not found here. Okay, going back here, so we can throw not found, and then we have the category, which is going to be get category. Okay, so for now they are being hard coded. Where are you supposed to get this? You don't know. Get category by slug. If category, there's this, isn't this not supposed to take in like a slug? Yeah, so we have the slug, which I don't know, by the way. So if I check in this, the categories have actually slugs. So since we have the slug, I don't know why, for some reason, we cannot pass in a slug, because it's just doing product.category is equal 1. If it is true, then pass in the iPhone. Like, it's not using the slug that was called here. So I'm just going to simply pass in the slug itself and see. So I'm just going to say slug, like so. So we just need to return the category. So in this case, I'm just going to go ahead and return the category, just like that, from this loader function, because that's what we want. Are we returning only the category? So we are returning so many things. Oh, we have also the product. So basically, let's return the category and also the product. Okay, so if you look at this, also have undefined, but we could also just like say if there is no category, we could say if no category, just like this. We just say now, if you just check this, it is a category and this is a product. Okay, and that means we can now get them here, going const, and then we can just do this, and we can just say route. From the route, you can say use loader data, just like this, and here we can actually get the category plus the product, and I can give them types quickly by saying the category has category, and then the product has a product, just like this, and I can remove the store header. Okay, let's get the link. Also replace these links, and let's import it from React Router. So this one is now going to talk to the shop /shop, and then for the card, let's get the card, and the card it's just going to get this, and then this, and then for the image, let's just use image. Remove this sphere and the priority also. Then on this product.images, I'm just going to remove these two, img, remove sphere, like so, and let's also import badge. So we don't have badge yet, so we can install that. Let's go here to pnpm, add the badge. Okay, so key features, let's get this from Roasted. Okay, yeah, so we have only one, which is the badge. Let's first wait for it to install. It has finished. Let me import the badge from badge. So we are good. So we should be able to go also to the index, and then when we are routing the products down here on the featured products, we need to say that this is actually in the shop, like this. Let's go ahead and see. So if I go back to this error, let's go back to the home, refresh, and let's go to the iPhone 15. Okay, so it is actually rendering not found. I think since this iPhone Pro Max is not there, and I think the if you check in the slugs in the categories, okay, in the data, let me just check the data. These names, if you just go up here, you see that if you just go, for example, on the products, which should be down somewhere here, the slug is actually iPhone 15 Pro Max. Okay, let me just get this clearly, because he's saying the slug shop product this iPhone 15 Pro Max, and he's saying not found. I'm just going to go to slug product and let's check everything. So we have shop product slug, so that should work. We get the slug. Now the slug we get is actually a product slug, right? So we get product by slug. So I'm not sure if you even console.log like product at this point, what do you get? And then we also have the category, because we are getting now get category by slug, and we're not supposed to do that, because now in the product, I don't know, let's check in the product. Okay, I just want to look at this. So it has the category ID. That's why okay, I understand why they did it like this. If the category ID had not understood, let me just copy this back, because you're supposed to pass in the category, the category slug. So I'm just going to go back to this. Of course, we sort these ones when we are just actually using the actual database. So basically right now I have in the product where you have this, you don't need to pass in. So just going to use this product. The category ID, if it's 1, we say you pass in iPhone, just like this. Yeah, so this works now. Nice. Okay, and then let's go to the dashboard. So this is not found. So at least now for the home, we have this listing page, we have the detailed page with these ones, and we have also the product page. MacBook Pro 16. Okay, maybe they put a few products which are here, but MacBook Pro 16 is actually here. Let's say this iPhone 15 MacBook. Oh, okay. I think I just know the reason. So also on this detailed page, no, on the category page, let's look at the products. So you have the products, and you need to actually add the shop. So /shop, just like that, to get the actual pass, even the categories like this. So now if you just go back to home and you move to the category and you just click on MacBook, should just give us the right thing, right? Yeah, so this is good. I'm just going to go to now creating this dashboard route, which has also its own routes. Basically, if you look at it in this side, inside we had the category and then the product. So these ones are done. Now we want the dashboard. Inside it has the same thing. It has the categories, and then it has the page, and even this is the page. We have also the overview page. So those are the pages that we need basically. So I'm just going to go here and do exactly the same thing. So we know that if you create the shop, so I'm just going to go ahead and create another one, which is going to be actually dashboard like this. And inside the dashboard, we can create the index, I believe. So this is going to be like the index. So let me just go ahead and get this from the clone dashboard page. I'm just going to get everything here. So I'm just going to go and copy this. Basically, this is going to be the dashboard header. I'm just going to go this. And if I just go back here, in the dashboard you have created, I'm just going to start with creating index dot. So you're supposed to have first of all the route dot tsx. So this is going to be they want to render the outlet, and I'm just going to go ahead and also not the page, and also create the index dot tsx. So this is supposed to be the actually the home page. So I'm just going to paste here the home page, the dashboard page, which is going to be this one, like so. So if you just go to the dashboard, you're supposed to see this. We'll get these the products, and then also the categories, and what else? The dashboard header. So let's first create the dashboard header. So the dashboard header comes from the dashboard header. So you can just copy this, bring it to the components. So you can go to where we have these components and add this. Let's start by first of all getting off these two. We started the path name, we just see how to get that, but let's start by getting the link component, change everything like this, and let's import the link. So the another thing that we just need to work on is this use path name, because this path name, we are using it to know the active path, right? Okay, so I'm just going to see how we're going to get the path name. So we could just like go ahead and see, because this path name, I think we'll just use location. Because this path name is actually getting to know the active link. Where are we using the path name? Okay, here. Where are we just like getting the active? Let's just first search. Okay. I'm just going to go to this. Let's just put path name for now. Actually, see. Let's just click on this. There must be example down somewhere. Okay, there is this location which has this out of stuff. Navigate. Where can we get the path name? This seems to be really a huge thing. Router type. Let me just do this. I'm just going to put in a path name. So in the routing concepts, there is Sprout. Data loading. I don't know, like if I just like click on this. To somewhere, some ID params, then search. There is nowhere there they are getting, so maybe we just going to let me see from the route dot. You must remove this. Oh, first of all, we need this is a header, right? I'm just going to first leave it like this, and I'm just going to say is active to false right now. I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to say is active to false. So yes, this header works, and then you just go back here. We just need to actually put in the route. So in the route, I'm just going to copy this route. Just going to paste it in here. So we create the route, which is going to be actually, I think if you save, it should just like change this. Yeah. So you can see it changes this to dashboard, and then this becomes the dashboard layout, and we can just like go ahead and pass this in here, and then here just going to have the dashboard header like so. I can just remove this. So in here we don't need this. So we have dashboard overview. I'm just going to bring in the CRUD, the header, the title, and then this is an icon, and then the content. Go down. This is $, which should be coming from roasted, and trend up from roasted. Okay, so it means if I go to the dashboard page, voila, so we have all these nice ones. Okay, while on this, if we just go to the dashboard, I don't know which one is selected, because if you just go to the products, the header is supposed to use that to make this selected. You can see there is a difference, so that's the point of doing that. Okay, so in the dashboard we have the index, and we're supposed to create now all these other routes, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and create a new file. So this we are going to create the categories, and this one needs to be pages. Actually we can just create just them like categories. There will be no any detailed pages to them, so we can just create something like dashboard, and then we can create something like categories. Okay, let's just like remain this. So I could just say category or category slash index.tsx, like that. Okay, so this gives us dashboard categories, and then the same thing for the products, which is going to be products index.tsx, and this also gives us the dashboard products. Let's bring in those pages. So we have products page like this. Okay, you don't need to copy everything, but just need this this function to name it to this. Let's make sure that this is the products page, and then this products page is what I'm just going to add on the component. And then we can just of course get this. The use state that's React, and the product get it from data, and then also the products. And then here we have the categories, and then for the dashboard header we don't need this because we are already using the layout. Then let's get the button, and then the plus. Okay, then the table, I think for the table, let me just get some of the things from here. So for example, the table, it has a load, the badge, the input. Okay, copy these. Let's add them here. So we need to add the table and the input. Table, and then input. Okay, then next, let's see, we have the search, which should be roasted. Then we have the image. I'm just going to use img, remove fill. Then in here we have the pencil, then we have the trash. Okay, then we have this product form model. So this is a component. If you look at this, this is found in the, so I'm just going to copy those two. Let's go here, the category, and also this. I'm just going to get them into the components. So you can just click inside. We see what do we need to install. So first of all, we need to add. So I for validation, I use the TanStack forms. So if you just go to if you happen to visit ShadCN and you just go to forms, so if you just go to form, I think here you see the validation now is done by two things. Where can I find this? Okay, under forms. So if you look at forms right now here in the sections, if you look at forms, they have two forms. You can use React Hook form and TanStack form. So if you just go to the TanStack React Hook form, this is just the normal validation whereby we use we use the used form hook from, you can see that down here we use this use form hook, and this use form hook is going to be coming from the React Hook form. And if you just use, if you happen to use the TanStack form, it also has a use hook, a use form, but you can see that now this use form is coming from TanStack form. Okay, so use the TanStack form, which is under also the TanStack. So you can just go here in the TanStack, and you have the TanStack form, which is also under the new ones. Let's get started, and then you know, just go ahead and add this. But I think, do we use form? Okay, so we just need to add all these ones, and you're going to add Zod and the TanStack Zod. So I'm just going to go ahead and see if there is installation here. I'm on TanStack. I'm just going to click on installation and see what I need to install. So first of all is the pnpm add this for React, pnpm add. Okay, I'm just going to add this. Okay, then now for the resolver, I'm not sure. That's the installation. If you look at the resolver, because now that is going to install the TanStack form only, I'm just going to go ahead and install Zod, and now we have this TanStack Zod form adapter. We're just going to look at that, but let me first get Zod. Pnpm add Zod, just like this. So just want to get this TanStack. So you can see there is TanStack Zod form adapter. So I'm just going to go and install this. Okay, I'm just going to say p install. Okay, now we just need more components. Let me just add them. So we just need, the first one is going to be the text area. Then we have the label, and then we have dialog. I think those are okay. We have select and switch, select and then switch, and that's it. Just first install these ones. So we don't need to use client in this case. Okay, we'll check in all these components. We don't need to use client. I'll also go in this dashboard header, make sure we don't need the use client, but I think even if you leave them, it shouldn't have any problems, right? But you can just go ahead and remove this. Let's go back to this and we see the errors that we have. So the first one is on the validator. It is saying the Z validator is duplicated. I don't know now what we're supposed to use. We shall see that, and then scroll down, and also how to get these here. We just check. I'm just going to check. I think that is okay. So let's go back here first to the index, and let me bring the product model, and I'm just going to do the same thing. So this is the product which is sorted now. Let's go to the categories. I'm just going to go to the categories. So dashboard categories page. We also just need a few things like this export category page. I'm just going to replace it with this. Let me get a few things. For example, this import button and all these. Actually, let me just get this. So on top here, I'm just going to do this. There are some, like for example, next image is unnecessary, and then this is going to be the categories page. And let's go down here to where we have this. Let's change this to image. Let's also remove field. Nice. So there is no any errors. This is importing the category form. Everything seems actually nice. Okay, so if I just go dashboard before we do anything, so if I just try to say okay, I think it was this one. Yeah, so the dashboard page shows. If I just go to the products page, it actually also shows. Then I just go to the categories page, it also shows with even I think the search iPhone. Yeah. Oh, so I just removed this in the categories index. We actually don't need this header because we already have it in the layout. Nice. Okay, so this for putting in the pages, we still have one problem with this which we need to fix. So let me just try to see if I can fix that. So if you just go to the category form, the first error comes on this validator adapter. So let's just go and see if you have this. How does the on submit looks like? So if you just go back to the TanStack, and then you just go, you have this, and then you have the on submit. Oh, okay. So in the form is where you have the validator. Okay, and then down here you don't need to do that. So the form has default value, has the validator, and the on submit. Like all this is what you pass it in the use form. So if you look at that, actually everything is in the use form. So in the use form is where you pass the default values, you pass in the on submit, and you're supposed to also pass in the validators. In this case, actually, you say validators, and it is you pass in now the on submit, and then you pass in the schema, which in this case I believe it is up here, which is the category schema. Nice. That's how it is. We still have 4 errors still. Now we have now more errors. Okay, on the state, let's see how you get display errors. So down here we have feed.state.meta, feed.state.meta.errors. Basically you just don't have to do this. I don't know, because even here it has feed. So here you have this feed, and it has even is invalid. That's why he used the feed, and here we did not use the feed. We just see, oh, actually we used the feed. Okay. So we have the form, then we have form.feed. Let's see, form.feed, and this was wrapped in the feed group, which we don't have actually the feed group, but let's just take that. Then inside the feed group you have the name, and then you have the children, right? So you have the name. Oh, so this takes a different approach. On the form.field, for us here we have the children and the return. We have it is a bit different. There is no validators. I'm just going to use this one, and I see. So we have here, and then so this is what we have, and inside the field we simply have is invalid, but otherwise everything is rendered on just a second. We just have everything inside we have everything on this. Okay, what's the problem? Children are specified twice, where and where. So we have here children, or even this is children now. Oh, so you can pass it as a key, or you could just like pass. Oh, let's pass in here, then the is invalid. So inside here you instead form.field. Oh, it is even why you pass the even this. So form.field. So you make it as a self-closing. Yeah, so like form.field looks like it is a self-closing tag. Like if I remove this and then I put this is a self-closing tag, we can get this field error. The field are they supposed to be coming from TanStack? Like the field, let me see where this one come from. this comes from the field actually. So we have that. So I'm just going to go here and make some changes. So let's install field, just like this. And if you just go back this side, we still have the other ones. So if you look at the first one, the one that we have just added this as a name, so it has is invalid, and then here we pass in data.invalid field.name. In this case, I think was the category as the label, the category title. Then the placeholder is going to be, I think, title. Let's first go to the original one, the category form. Okay. So it is actually, the label is the category name and the placeholder is iPhone. Okay, let's go back here. So the placeholder is like iPhone, and this is category name, but this one has no errors, and so just going to use this one, the name. And if you just look at this, I think it just simply used like the name, the field, and just like returned back this. But I just like use the one for the other one. So I'm just going to go back to in here. So this one has the description field. You can select the name is description, and then we have the children, which wraps until we reach actually here at the end. And then we have the closing, self-closing tag. So I'm just going to go here. I will first actually now comment this. And let's paste this one. Okay, let me first. Oh, okay. We're not supposed to comment the whole of this. I just wanted to actually press where there is this. I wanted to press the children like so. Now we remove this here, and then we also make it a self-closing tag like so. Okay, so here we just now need input group. Let's see where this input group comes from, which we also need to install now. So I'm just going to add this input group, and let's add here this, the import. So we have the description, and then here description, then the placeholder. If you just go back to this one, the placeholder for the description is enter category description. You can also specify this and then here you add on, then there's description, then you can put this. So I think like if you wanted to include this description and also you could do that, but if you don't want, then you could just like leave it out. So finally we have this. Finally we have this stuff here. And from the experience, if you now look at the field state, the field error for some reason takes in the errors, and that's why we need this field error. So for this one, I'm also going to leave it. I'm just going to go ahead and get things to paste here. So basically, I'm just going to go ahead and copy the ones for the name, the children for the name. So I have description, and now we have the image. So I'm just going to paste it here. So, and then I can just now comment. Let me first get some things like image URL. The label is image URL, and this is the placeholder. Copy this and let's comment this out. Let's put slash here and also remove this. So we'll just come here and we say this is image URL. And then this the placeholder is going to be this. Okay, so it seems like all the errors that we had here, we are done with them. So we can just do the same thing for the product form. So I'm just going to actually just like go ahead and pause, change it, and then come back. Okay, so I just did what exactly we did in the category form, but I've just done it in the product form. So let's just like walk through and see. So if we just go up here, the first change was that we have our product schema, which should be up here. So we have this product schema, and this product schema is what we passed down here. So you validate as on submit. We validate using the product schema, and of course on submit we're having this data. We will see this. Then we come to the form. We have the form, and the most important thing is form.field. So inside the form.field, it takes two things. It takes the name and the children. In the children, the most important thing is it has access to the field, which is just like a function, has access to the field, and then returns the input. So in here you can actually first get the is invalid, and which is field.state.meta.isTouched, and the field is invalid. So this one I think is for showing the red color. Then we pass the data.invalid, we pass it in the field. Then we have the field label, and then inside we have the input. So we have the input here and bra and everything, and then we have is invalid. Like if you just look at the structure, is actually more understandable. It's more understandable really. It just like so long as you understand that we take in the two things. So I did the same thing to the description and to the price. Now one thing we change on the price is that in here it has type number, and if you just handle change, remember this field is always going to give you, so this e.target is going to be always a string, and that's why I'm converting it into a number. And then finally you have this. Now this one I didn't actually no, for the category actually I touched it, which uses the select. The most important one that this the image remains also the same. This feature is what I didn't touch, because you see it just gets the features dot map, and when you click the add, it just like it has this X, and also add the input. So this I did not touch it because it didn't have any errors, so I left it. So I don't know how this looks like for sure. We can just go together and we just have a look on how these forms look like. So if you just go back the categories, I refresh and you go to add, we have this, and you even have the character count, which is really nice, and have these explanations. So if you don't need these, you can actually go ahead and switch them off. We saw that. If you just go back to the category model and you go to where we have the description, you said you have this input group where you have these you can get the characters, but you have also the field description. So this we can comment it out, and then we have just like this. If you click on this, it has all these validation rules. Okay, and yeah, so let's go ahead and add in like fake filler data, and for this we can just like get the image. Let's get the image here, like maybe like iPhone. Let's just say this. Got images, scroll down to these images, and if you just go ahead and say copy image address, I don't know how these ones come looking like if you paste here. Yeah, so this is a valid one. Test description. You see you have also the TanStack Start, the and then it's just going to say iPhones. I'm just going to go in the terminal just to check in the console, check, and then let's say submit. So you have actually this, the data, the name, the image, description. So you have the data really nicely here. Okay, so which is a good thing. I'm just going to go ahead and remove this. Okay, so this goes also to the products. If you just go here, we have it scrolling. We can also just remove this include step thing. So I'm just going to go to the product form, and I'm just going to say you can search for the field the description. Okay, let me just look for it on the description here, which is actually field description. So if you just go back the form, now it is good like this. Okay, so what I just want is to first actually at this point in time we have all the UI, only that we don't have this working. Let's go ahead and see in the header. Was it dashboard header where we are supposed to get the path name? So if I wanted to know the current path, in the documentation, how can I fail to know the current path? I'm even like, am I searching in TanStack Start or TanStack Router? Like, let me just first go back. I don't know, like, where, you know, it uses that, but I wish you could just go to TanStack Start. I think in the docs when you are searching now, I don't know what do we search. So if I just say, for example, path name, you said there is no match path name that is here. It is in the libraries where we have the route and everything. So I'm just going to get about the current path. About location. Like when you see here, you can just like get the location at some point, but let me just go and ask here how to get current path in TanStack. Just going to say AI model here. So you can use location, and then you can just get the path name from that. Let's see, and so we can do this. First of all, use location, and then we can just say path name. So path name is location.pathname, and let's go ahead and actually activate this. Okay, now if we go back here, yeah, so this works. So you can see if I got categories get selected. So we at least now know how to get this. We get to know as just I continue doing every time, just know the hooks to use. So like you can see we have this use location. Okay, that's great. What else do we need? So I think we have now everything that we can start actually integrating the database. That is like my worry. I have no idea how is this going to roll up. So if you just go to the Prisma docs, I don't know if in the Prisma docs, let's go to docs. I don't know if in the docs they have TanStack Start. They actually have TanStack. So say Prisma ORM with TanStack Start introduction and npm create TanStack latest. So this one creates a TanStack project and everything. First wait. Okay. This will create a new folder called with this, and create a new Prisma Postgres for you. Oh, it will create the Prisma. We're just going to have ours. So copy this connection string into .mv.local. So we can just create here. I'm just going to create first of all .env.local, which you could just actually which you could just say create.env just, and then inside here you're just going to add the database URL. So like this, make sure we are in the right project, just like this. So just go, we can just go to Neon. It's not a must we get this. Just going to go to Neon. This is not Neon. Neon. I'll just go to Neon console. Back to the project list. And let's create a new project. I'm just going to call this TanStack Start. and just click on this. I'm just going to say that this is in Frankfurt. I will create the project. Click on connect, and then Prisma, and just going to get the environmental. I'm just going to go ahead and get this database URL. This is what we just want for this. Okay, so you're just going to use Neon for our case. You could use Prisma Postgres, but I'm just going to use Neon, because in the Prisma Postgres, I actually don't have any remaining projects. I've used all of them. So the second thing here, they say that define the Prisma. So just going to in Prisma schema.prisma. So I'm just going to create a folder. I think this is supposed to be outside. Make sure we're in the right place. So outside here, because we have the source, so outside here I'm just going to put Prisma like this, and inside here I'm just going to create a new file which is going to be schema.prisma, just like this. And let's add this. We'll of course add our models, don't worry. Now the output here, the output, I don't know if this, the model to do define this, if you look at the output app generated, for us we have the source folder. So I'm just going to put in the source. I'm just going to go ahead and add it in the source, because there is no just going to have this as output app. Okay, let's just leave it just like that for now. Then two, we're just going to run a seed of which we do not have. To create a database tables. You run db seed, which I don't think we have yet. Then see the generate a Prisma client needed for the project, db generate, and then we have then seed the project with the seed.phase in the Prisma directory, and then run. I'm just going to first go ahead and create this db dot. I'm just going to add this in the lib. Just going to add this. I'm just going to add this as let's add it. Okay, db.ts, and add this. You know, for some reason we haven't installed these things. I'm just going to go up here. I'm not going to do seed. Oh, we can't do seed. I just want to know npm create TanStack Start is as if they created, because say, what would you like name your project? Would you like to use Tailwind? Select this, select all. I think there is suppose why they say Prisma, and then you put this of which we didn't have. I think suppose to it does the installation stuff, but that's not a problem. I already have a documentation, so if we just go here, we should be having a documentation for the new Prisma. I'm just going to go to blogs. If you scroll down here, there should be Prisma somewhere here. Yeah, it's this one. So we just need to go ahead and install this. Okay, I'm just going to install this. Go down. I'm just going to first install Prisma. Okay, and then I will just also install Prisma client and the Prisma adapter. Let's wait for this one to finish. And let's install this. So then we need to initialize PNPM DRX Prisma init. So this one is one which creates the Prisma folder. Since we already have the Prisma folder, I don't think we need another one, because this one now has the provider of Prisma client and doesn't have the database URL. Okay, this will create also for us. Let me just first of all delete this. I want to see if it will create it. I'm just going to go ahead and delete the Prisma folder. And let's go ahead and run this with app generated. So you just do this. Okay, I don't know what it's doing. It's doing a lot of things, but let's hope that it's going to create like a Prisma folder at the end. So this is where like you're supposed to actually create the Prisma Postgres. For you, it adds it in here. So we already not used here. They force you to use it almost, but I'm not going to do anything here because I already have my database URL. So I'm just going to just choose anything here, enter your project name. So this is going to give an error of you have reached the maximum, because as I said, I've used all the projects, but it didn't actually create this the Prisma folder. So I think just because we passed init --db, so let's just do without that. So we just need to do --, we remove this --db like this. This does not create actually the database. So if you just say --db, this --db means you need to use Prisma Postgres. So if you just go here and you log in, okay, if you just go here and I log in, you see that I've used all my projects. They give you free 5 projects and you say cannot create any more project. That's why I got that error. But if for you don't have any, it should create for you a free one. Okay, so it created the Prisma here for us, and if you check, it has the Prisma and it doesn't have any models. And then what it added also, it added this Prisma config, which has this schema, migrations, and the data source. And now we can just go back to the documentation. So we already have the db.ts, which I always just like changing this to libdb. We haven't generated the Prisma client, but I always just like calling this instead of just Prisma, I just want to name this as db, and even here db to export it as db. Then the Prisma client is not yet generated. So let's create this the models. So I'm just going to go to Prisma here. let's add the model. So we have the model first one, which is going to be category, and we're just going to have ID, which is going to be a string at db dot, I think supposed to be at ID, I think. And then you also pass in at default, and then you say CUID. I think this is how you generate the ID. And then we have the name. I just want to see from this, for example, the category. I just want to look at this. Okay, so we have the name. Okay, then we have this and the image. So if you just go back to the schema, these are the three things that we need. We need the name, which is going to be a string, and then the name goes with the slug, which is also going to be a string, and this is going to be unique. Then we have this, which is also going to be a string. And now if you just like check this, is this optional or it is required? So if you check this, is actually it is required. So going back to this string, and then finally the image, which is also a string. Then we just add the created at, which is going to be daytime. This one has a default, which is going to be now. And then let's say we have the updated at, which actually for it has also daytime, and you have at updated at, just like this. So this is the category, and we can duplicate this to get the product. So the first thing is that we have the name slug, description, image. Now we add other things. I'm just going to go back to the product form. We just look at its this name, description, and then we have the price, which is a number. We have the category ID, which is a string, in stock, which is a boolean, and then we have also the features, which is a string array. So going back in this down here, we can add this. So the price is going to be, so the price can be a float. Okay, it's going to be a float. Category ID is going to be a string. In stock is going to be a boolean. Now just say, let's just say by default is going to be like true. Okay, and then this is going to be string array, just like this. So now one thing, you have to add the relationship between the category and the product. I'm just going to add here the category, and this thing I just need to get it in the head, and then you say which is going to be type category. And by the way, let me first go ahead and see how this is done. Like if you are creating like let me just check in this documentation. Do I have like a schema? Oh my god, I have a schema for only one thing. So if I just go back here, I guess we are done here with everything, but I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm just going to ask like the AI to create for me 2 models, user and post. Let's see if it's going to create just like a relationship. I just want to simply say like So if you just look at the relationship, you pass in and you say add relation, and then you put in the fields and the references. What? The fields and the references. Okay. So category and then add relation. So here you pass in fields, comma, and references. So the fields, this one, say validation field category in the model product, the relation field category on a model. So like this here is why you put the category ID, and then this you put the ID. And then in this, of course, we're just going to add products. So you can here just say products, which is of type product, like this. Okay, so a relation, you pass in two things, the field and the reference. So the field is the field that you are using to reference this ID in the category model. Okay, so we have defined this. So the next thing is we could now go ahead and run, because we have everything. I could just go ahead and say run npx prisma migrate dev -- name init. So this runs it should run the migration. Okay, I don't know if we're just going to read the I think now it can read this. Okay, let's check in. Okay, that's why I just said, like, it creates the instead of using .local, let's stick to the .env, the normal one. Okay, because this one is creating I think the local one. Just going to create this one, and let's go ahead and run again. Just give it some seconds. It should be able to actually go ahead and migrate. So you're applying a schema, so it has migrated. So if you check in here, you check on the tables, we should have two tables, the product and the category. Nice. So now we can actually generate npx prisma generate. Okay, npx prisma generate. This should, okay. Now if you see where it has added this, it has created the app outside. I wish it created it in the source, but I just leave it outside here. So if we just go back to the DB, we should able to import the Prisma client wherever it is, like this. Okay, nice. So the next thing now, we can do queries, right? So if you check in the documentation down here, we can start now creating like the server functions. Okay, you can see it has like this get, and then in here it is doing this. So this is why we create a server like server functions. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to say server functions in the lib. I'm just going to create a new folder for server functions, and I'm just going to start with category.ts, and we can also have the product.ts. And in the category, just want to create. Okay, so if you look at the create in our stuff here, we can just go up here. We don't want this authentication for now, just want to create it when without authentication. So just going to go down here, server functions. So I'm just going to have like server functions, and like for example, I just want that with the create one. So we create, so if we just use the server function, go back here, let's search for the server function. Okay, so they say here that if you just go up server functions, what are server functions? Server functions lets you define server-only logic that can be called from anywhere in your application. Loaders, components, hooks, or other functions. They run on the server, but can be invoked from client code seamlessly. So like this is the same as server actions for Next.js. You can create them from anywhere, and you can invoke them from client components the way we call them in client components. So like this is good. So you can just say get server time like this, and then so you can just create them just like that. So the basic usage is, for example, for get, which is the default. If you don't pass in the method, it is going to be get. If you pass in the method, then it becomes that. So I'm just going to go here, which is in this case here. You can also pass in even the validators. I don't know if we need to, but I'm just going to go here and just get this. Let's first actually see how it is that we created by ourselves. So you export const, you create this, which should be create. Okay. So you have, for example, export create. So you say export create category. So this is the name of the function. Export const create category, the name of the function, which is going to be equal to create server func, like this. And now this one takes in actually the method. In this case, there are only two methods. I think just like the one for get, another one for when you want to do how do they call it in the when you want to modify, or when you want to, I've forgotten the right name, but you have like get and post. One is for mutating, which is post. Another one is for getting, which is get. So in this case, one do like a post. And now from this, you can actually put a handler. And if you look at the handler, is a function. So handler takes in an async function. So this can be actually an async function, which can also have access to things, which is context and data. So it can have context and also data. And I'm just going to go inside here, and we can just say const, and we can just say why don't I just say, for example, const.log data, and let's say actually also return this data like this. So if you just look at this context, it needs to return something. Okay, so I just want to say like I can access this data actually. So we need to know, how do I invoke then create this create so if I search for create task in the create task list page, so if you just go here in the I just want to see how I'm just, so in the handle create task, you have await, and we await this, you provide the data in this case like this, Oh, and this is why you can actually provide, I get the point. So this is the reason why you can provide the Zod validation in here. So you can pass in the validation here. So you can also do import validator, and we saw this one passes in the Zod. Let me see. If you just go up, I just go down maybe. So if you just look here, you see you can pass in validator, and then you pass in the schema. Wait, it was actually valid. I think they must have removed this. Okay, so because right now you see you have dot handler dot input validator, and then this, if you look at the input and unknown, let's go back to this. You can pass in the handler, and then in the route that you can get, and you can even just use React query, by the way. I just want to see how they are also calling the, yeah, so it is here, create server, and it is input validator, and then you can pass in the validation, and okay, so this is how you pass it in, of which I'm not going to do right now, but just know you can also pass in the input validator. So right now I just want to get a way of calling this in my category form model on submit here. So in the submit we have this. I just want to see if I just say await and say create category, and then we pass in the data. So because this is the data, it has the Slack name, description, and image. Just going to say basically we pass in the data. Let's see how you pass in the data. So in here you see that we actually create and we pass in the object, and we say like data, which is going to be the submit data, like so. So if you look at this, now he's saying that type undefined. Okay, so this create comes, the create category, wherever we created it doesn't have the types. So if we just go back to this, the server functions in this, is it why you put in the, because if you hover on this, it is actually undefined. Okay, let's just go back. So you can pass in this, so by the time you access the data, it's because it has these validations. So in the input validations is why you actually specify that. Okay, so in this, so let's say we pass in data. I didn't understand. We pass in, it is supposed also to return something, because if you look at what it is doing, it has something like this. So inside here is also returning data, and it is saying that this can be an object, and then we pass in all the things that were in the category form. These, can we pass in these? In here, like so. So we say data, and then we have the slug name description, and you have to return out the data. So now this has the types, so you can just say dot. Okay. So that means if we go back the category model, this is now okay. Okay, that's great. So that means I'm just going to first remove this. Okay. I'm just going to go back to the category. Where is it? We want the one for the TanStack. Did I stop the server? Seems there's a lot of problems going on the side of the server. They said, let me just go scroll down here. Okay, something is not right. Okay, let me just start again, see what's going to happen. Okay, it seems everything is okay. Okay, so we get an error. Let's see where this is originating from. So an error, work error, void environment nitro is unavailable. Should we say it's just because you can't see, like here it has this. I don't know where the problem comes from. Can we just rename this to env.local? Like this. Let me just start again. Let me just also check in the documentation the environmental variables. Okay, so how do you set environmental variables? Okay, so they say you can actually put this in .env just like this. Okay, so the .env has no problem, and then server asks to access any environment variable. You have db await, then connect process this. They showing just how to use, like we should just actually see if they have a guide for Prisma, because if you see user.find first, they first got these here, and if you want to use them client, then you use the void prefix. Let me see where we have. I don't think this is where we have like Prisma databases. Okay, so instant Postgres blah blah. They're just like under, I think, databases, but there is nothing more like about them. I saw there is, where they have like how do I use like Prisma and everything. What is surprising is that this side we actually have the documentation for the TanStack Start, and this is what we are following, because after you have this, you have the oh, maybe let me first go for a second. So if you just go to the Prisma config, so we have this, and you have migrations, and okay. We can just change this back to env according to anyways. Let me just reload. But whatever the case, I don't know what that error is coming from. Wait, it now works. So you have to name this env.local, I guess, because now we don't have any problem. So what I just want is to click on this. Let's add some values. iPhone test, like test description, and just going to have like some image. So www. I don't know if this is going to actually create. So the URL must be a valid URL. Okay, can just like put this. So if you clear the console right now, since we shouldn't look for anything on the console, but how about the terminal? Yeah, so we have this actually on the terminal. Okay, we have this on the terminal, name, description, and everything. So it means like we are actually running at the server only, which is really nice. So I'm just going to go ahead actually, and where we have this server function, in here now we can actually just say const. We could just find the existing. I don't know how do we return the back the errors in this case, but they just say const. We could first find the existing category because of the slug. Const existing is await db dot find. Could just even find first db dot category dot find first, and we can just say where. Just going to specify now. In this case, the slug is going to be data dot slug, and if this existing is there, if so if existing, we're supposed to return something else. So let's just see if we can return oh, actually I think we could just like return the, so since we are just like returning whatever we want, So we could just go ahead and return like in this case success. Let's just say success. Just going to say false. Okay. And then data null, and then the message to be, we can just say, for example, category already exists. Already exists. And then in this case, we're just going to return the same thing here. But before we do that, that means if it goes through here, we can just say const new category. So we can just say category is going to be equal to await db dot category dot create, and then we can just like pass in the data to be actually to be the data, I think, like this. And we can also pass in, by the way, in the create, I think we can pass in something as like select, and I'm just going to say id true. So whatever comes back here is going to be the category id, which helps to return it as data here. So in this case, I'm just going to say category, and then in here is going to be category created successfully. Category created successfully, like this. If I just go and look at this handler, I think it will just create the types by default. So if we just go back to this side, in this in here, we could just say const response, and if you look at the response, it actually has the data that are coming from their side, which is cool. So now I'm just going to use that I think to render different things. First, I'm just going to say, so if response dot success. Okay, so the first thing is we set this to close. Before it closes, we need to toast. So let me actually add the toaster here. Just going to say pnpm create dlx shared cn latest. I'm just going to say add Sona, just like this. So I just need to first of all toast. So you're just going to say toast. It has to stop the spinner, stop the spinner and other things, and then close this. So I'm just going to say toast dot success, and in this case I'm just going to pass in response dot message. Okay, else we'll also do the same thing. Is going to be toast dot error, toast.error, and then here is going to be response.message also, and we just want to leave this one open for now. So let's just go and say the toaster in the, so we're just going to go in this default router, which is routes, and then in this root, so in the root where we have all these components and everything wrapped in here, so we can just actually add the toaster component like this, and let's say rich colors. Okay, so if I just go back here, we open this, and I'm just going to say let's look at our categories, because we definitely remove these. But if you look at the categories, we have the iPhone, the most powerful line every. Let me just duplicate this, go back to store, and let's go to this, the most powerful line ever, this. I'm just going to go back here, create, and let's add this. Now I also need this image for iPhone, so I could just come here and I say iPhone, let's just go to the website. Maybe we just get like I like this. So you could just like right click, copy image address, and let's go to back in here, paste this, and then the description, we say the most powerful line ever produced by Apple. And now this, it should create and return the message list. So you just create category created successfully. What did we do? Did we say dot error? I'm just going to go to the category model. It instead actually did this this here. Let's go ahead and see what happened in the category functions. One thing that we did not do is after this we left it like that, but you can see it did this one. Okay, so that one was created. We just need to create another one like Mac. Okay, so we want to improve on the UI. So what I want to do in the model, I want to put the loading spinner. So let me see if I can add that. So const, which is going to be like loading set loading, which is going to be equal to use state and let's start by false. Loading set loading. So basically when you come here, we just want to set loading to true, and when the response is fine, we just want to, before we cross, we're just going to set loading to false to stop the loading. And by the way, this should be also stopped even here. Okay, so well, then we can use the loader on the submit. So this is the submit button, and I'm just going to, so that if the mode is create, how many modes do we have, by the way? Okay, so the text is this. How do I add in now? Because we are checking if the mode is create, and then we add, and then the create category, and then save changes. So within this one, I can also do the if statement, and I say if loading is true, and then so we could just come in and say if loading is true, we're just going to say creating press wait. So we could just say creating, like 3 dots, save changes, and then even here if loading is true, then we just go this, so saving, so you can just say saving, just like this. Okay, we could just even add a loading icon, just say if loading is true, then we're just going to say actually to add a loader. So we could just add a loader, and then this we give it a class name. This loader is called what? Just going to say loader icon. Make sure this comes from Lucid, and we can give it a class name of animate spin. Okay, and then we can also just say here that disabled is equal to loading. So if just loading, it is also disabled. Okay, so with that change, let's just see. I just want to add a mark. So let's go to other, just go back to home, and another category. So you have the iPhone. Okay, and then we have the Mac. Okay, so if you just go to Mac, okay, so just need to copy only one of these ones, copy image address, which I'm just going to come here and I say Mac, this line is best in laptops, and then we put this image and we create. So as you're creating, we have create, and the toast comes created, category created successfully. So now what we need is to create the one which is going to fetch. So I just want to go back here. So we have the create task. So if I go up here in this, where we have like get all the tasks, you have the handle, and then you have the return. So let's go back to functions. I'm just going to simply duplicate this. Let's see here, get categories, creates our function, and this time is the get. We don't need this validator. We didn't see the error, by the way. I think that's something we can just do. So we just going to go ahead, and there is, in this case, there is no data, so we could just do this. Remove. What we need to do right now is get. So I'm just going to say categories is our db dot. So if you look at this now on the list of categories, more especially at the backend, okay, you see we actually have also the products. We need to also see the products within this category of the image, name, description, and the number of products that are in here, the count. So we're just going to say categories is our db.category.find many, and we first of all, I don't want to do this. Okay, so inside here we can actually first of all say that we can just say order by this is okay. So you say created at, and then we just say descending. Okay, we just need to say here descending, right? And then here we just need to say, because I need to, so you could just say select. So if you select, I can say I need the ID, true. I need the name, which is also true. Image, which is also true. I need the description, which is true. Maybe now I just want to say products, and I don't know if here you can actually access the count. Just get confused on how you get the count. Like inside this, can I just get, okay, can I just also get the select, and now on this select, can I get the count? How do I get the count? I always get confused when it comes to selecting the count for sure. So let me just go to Prisma, like docs. I just don't know how. Say, okay, this is what I, okay, find many in CRUD. Oh, so it is on include. Okay, it is also there. So you can just say user that find many, select, and then okay, so this is direct on select. So you can just say underscore count, and then I say products. Oh, inside now you pass in select, and then you can just say products true. Like this always confuses me, guys. So it is count, and then inside you pass in select. Okay, this is nice. So basically now if you look at the data we have, because here basically you just want to return the categories. So if you look at this, the types are good. Okay, I could map and I put where it needs, but let's first go to the where we have the categories. This is going to be very important. So if I just go to not app, but source, I just want to go to the dashboard categories index, because this is where we have where we get everything. And now we're just going to we'll pass in here the loader function to get the categories this side. But if you look at Handle create. Oh, okay. I don't know, but here we have product count, which we not need. I just need to see where we have, for example, the table, and we have these filtered, and you can see it is actually getting it from categories. Okay. So this is why we just need to get the category. So in this case, so it means we can just go here and we pass in the loader, which the loader should be actually a function, I think, like this. So we could just say const categories is equal to can I make this a sync? I'm not sure if it even necessary to make this like async. And then here categories is wait get categories like this, and then we just simply want to return the categories. And then so if you hover on these, they actually have types, but then when you come here where we need to use them, I'm just going to say const categories is okay. So this one is supposed to be gotten from route dot use loader data, like this. So we just simply need to actually remove this. So if you look at this, it has any like up to now we have failed to pass. So I would say categories. Now these ones have a different type. Actually, they have a typically different type. So I'm just going to go ahead and actually get the one from here. So if you hover them here, I'm just going to go ahead and get this. I will just simply copy this up to here, and I will just go to where we normally get the categories in the lib data. So here I'm just going to say export category, export type category with product count, and I'm just going to simply say is equal to this, like so. So I'm just going to go back to the index, and here I'm just going to say categories is with this, like so. So filtered category is now good. However, oh, we forgot slug. Let's first go back to this function. We forgot include the slug. Which I have to update also in here. We have the slug as a string. Okay, so I'm just going to go back to the index and everything looks okay. Let me just go back here. I will be so much excited. Okay. It's saying cannot read properties of an undefined filter. So it means like the data is actually not reaching in this in the loader. Data is not reaching. So basically this one we have, if I say console.log categories, now for these ones I'm just going to say can I just go to the console? I'm just going to go to the, let's reload. Just want to see what is in the terminal. So if you look at this, it says undefined on line 30 on line 39. Okay, is it because of this async? I'm not sure. Okay, let's just go and see in our documentation. Now we just need get tasks. So in the get tasks, you see that the loader, we make it the async. We just get await get tasks and return the. Okay, so it's supposed to return an object always. Let's see if that solves the problem. Yeah. So whatever it returns is supposed to return an object of whatever data you want to return. So you can see right now everything is cool. These ones have 0 products, but we have these which is looking great. So at this point, what I want to do before I add these, which you should, guys, I think you should just add these other functionalities. The only thing I just want to do is now on this, I want on the image, okay, I want on the image to use upload thing. See how I would implement upload thing in this case here. Okay, I'm just going to add upload thing here. But before that, let me just go to the form. Category form. So while we have these, more especially the description, I feel like this is too big. So on the row, so the rows, I think I'm just going to mention 3. How about the min height? I don't know if this min height also contributes. If I say 12, yeah, just say min height of 12. I'm just going to do the same thing in the product form to be able to create some space. So here I'm just going to say 3 and then here 12. Okay, so can I add in the image here? So I'm just going to go to upload thing and let's go to the dashboard. First, I'm just going to create the project. So let me just create a new project. I'm just going to call this TanStack Start, and let's just go ahead and create this. Okay, so we don't have any files, but we can just go API keys and let's copy this into the env. So where we have the env.local, let's go ahead and add this. So let's go to docs, integrations, So here there is TanStack Start. I've been seeing it for some time. There's TanStack Start, and the first thing is let's get the installation out of the way. Okay, I'm just going to add the installation like this. We have already added that. If you don't have already token, sign up. Okay, we already have that, and then in the we have app. So you need to create somewhere this server upload thing. So I don't know if you need to create it in any place or you need to, I don't know, because you can see here is indicating that you have to say app server. I don't know if this is like same as like source src. Because if you look at this, for us we have the src. I believe this app here, I think it's supposed to be like what all these things are, but now I don't know. Okay, I just like put it in any place I want for now, because in the label all you have server functions. I don't know. Outside, this is like really outside, like even if I wanted to put it in here in the app outside. Okay, let me just rescan. I put that, so I'm just going to say server, and then inside the server I'm just going to say upload thing dot ts, and let's paste this. So if you look at this, this creates the, I think, the router. What we need, the most important, we don't need auth. We just need this image uploader. We also didn't need the middleware. Okay, so you can just do this. You can leave the on upload complete to go ahead and let's just say here JB. Okay, and the file URL, let's leave it there. Also, let me remove this log. Okay, so this is the image uploader, and we can put this max file count and for other options like max file count, how many images to upload. So for the product, there are actually multiple images for the product. We shall look at that, but right now let's just leave this one. I'm just going to also indicate that this is supposed to be maybe 1 MB, like that. And let's go next. Then next, create an API route for this. So in app, so routes, you're going to create this. We need to create this. So what they are referencing, I think, to be like app. I think it is the source. Because like in this case, like I'm wondering, like this is the source. This app here. I'm just going to therefore move the server inside the source, and inside the routes I'm just going to create this. Okay, just going to create API, and let's add this. Inside this, I'm just going to add this here, and there is now a TanStack Start API. is that supposed to be, I shall look at that, but there is this TanStack API. Let me first remove this. I will see if that is supposed to be installable or not. See the configuration in the server API. So if you want, I think, to configure here. Now create the components in app utils. So we can just create the utils. So we just create utils upload thing.ts. So here in this, we can just create utils, and then we have upload thing.ts, and we add these, the drop zones and everything, and the upload button. Then we're using Tailwind v4, I believe. So I'm just going to go to this. I'm just going to go to styles, because this is where we have the Tailwind CSS, and I'm not sure also, like, but I just leave it like so. So to use the button, you can just do this. We can just simply go, for example, in the create category create button, so where we have the image. So we see how to create this, but I have to comment the image and instead add this upload button and pass in that. And I don't know now, how do we get the URL and all that? We're going to see that in a second. Okay. We'll see that in a second. I think that's it. The only problem we have right now is we have one error, which is actually this. Our TanStack Start API. So I'm just going to go here. Okay, so I don't know where that one comes from, but let me just try to search it outside. So it's saying that these are function defined, providing a type release. So this is not just like to install it. I think it's just like, I don't know why that method doesn't really exist. So you say I knew this or latest. So it means this is supposed to come from the create file suppose come from that. Create API file route. Okay, just like find this now instead. What? Like this? This function is non-existent. Where do I import this? So if you have create, because this is using it to create that, if I try to, you said they don't have such a kind of function. Oh, I think what we can also just like copy is we can just go to this so previously we had the demo and the API. Let's see here. If you just go to the API here, I'm seeing it created it created it just like using file route. And then the past server thing. This one is providing is no longer supported. Like I think that we used to be there. This so we can just like say that this mode is no longer supported. Maybe what we can just do is creating API. So create API server routes. Let's go here. Server routes. A powerful feature of TanStack allows you to create server-side endpoints in your application and are useful. So you can just say server routes can be defined in your source routes directory of your project, right alongside the routes, and automatically handled by this. So here is looks like, so you use this and you actually just say hello and then you create like this. And app routes, so if you have this server, okay, does that mean that so I think this one I think this doesn't have I just see what we have here. He's trying to create this API, so we could just like name, because this is inside here, we could just actually name it inside the route server here. I'm just going to rename this to something. It's going to be API dot upload thing. Okay. Okay. Oh. Let's first do this. The error is in this side. Okay. The side of routes. API, then routes. I'm just going to instead of using this, we're just going to use, so if we just use an example of demo, I'm just going to do this. Go ahead and paste it in here. So you can see route, this is create, and then you pass in API. Now here you see we have get and post. So I'm just going server handlers. I'll just pass them like this. Okay. So we don't have any errors, but doesn't necessarily mean this is going to work. Okay, so if we just go back to the category form where we have this, what else do we have here? So we have on change. Okay. We have on change. So we could create our own component here. Let me just go and see if we can create our own component. So if you just simply go back to JB, let's duplicate this. Go here and let's go and find like upload thing. So we have two which are having upload. There is where we have all the three, and there's where we have file uploads. I want to see if I can just get one component. There is a drop zone. I think I created my custom drop zone using that. This is something else, I guess. This one is something else. Just going to do this. Okay, I think it's this one. So we have created all these. I just need to see if I have the components. So we have the image upload button. Okay, I'm just going to this one. I'm just going to use this. Let's go to components. I'm just going to go this side. I'm just going to go in components, and I'm just going to say image upload button .tsx, and let's paste this. So let's look at the things we don't need, like this, and the button will get it. Okay, let me go down here. Just going to say this is going to be img, and the upload button is going to be also gotten. Then the endpoint, never mind about all those things. Now the endpoint is we need to have where the API is, which is in src. Okay, do we have where the core is? I'm not sure if we have this file upload thing core. What did we name it? We have this then we have another one which is in the server here. I think this is the one supposed to have the we have export upload router. I don't know if this is the one that let's first see what is in the core. So up here, this is core. So the core is the one which is have this. So this is export file router. So this is the file router in the server actually down here. So is this in the source or the source and then like routes and then server? Okay. Source server, and we are calling this our upload router. There is also this. Then down we export it, I guess. Yes. So just going to say upload router, and let's go back here. So this is not core, it is upload thing server. I don't know if you say key of type type of, I don't know if we just say upload like router. Yeah, it fixes it. Okay, so this might cause an error or not. We don't need this use client. So we can use this button now. How do I use this? We have also the drop zone, I guess. So we have other ones which is like marked image. Then we have marked file. But I'm just going to only do them. This is a single image upload. So we can just call this. I'm just going to go back in the category form. First of all, the endpoint, I'm just going to say so I'm just going to first import this. So the endpoint here, we have the image uploader. Then for the image, I'm just going to have the state. Okay, so const image set image. This is going to be use state, and by default we have empty. And then down here on the state, we're just going to have here image and set image. The title is going to be category image. Let's look at the size. I'm just going to say small. Horizontal is okay. So if I just go back to this, okay, and just click on add. I'm just going to click on the add. Okay, so we have the upload and this default image. Let's see the default. It's supposed to be having like the default image or something. I think here I want to just give it this here. Let's give it a default image. We have like slash. We have slash press holder.svg. Yeah, so you see like here has this default image. So I'm just going to put one more, and let's go ahead and try to upload an image. Why don't we actually download? I'm just going to do this iPad. I'm just going to actually save this very one. Okay, so now we just iPad, lovable, drawable, magical. So just get this. Just going to say iPad. It's this, and then choose. Let's choose this one. Fetch prepare response from the upload thing server. So we have an instant error. So it seems that the endpoint is not being created. Okay, so we upload. It just gives us error. Let me just see if we have anything like on the console. So upload thing, localhost, HTTP localhost, this upload thing error, fail to pass response from upload thing server. So I think that's what the problem is right now. I don't know if the API itself is working. So let me just give me a second. Hello everyone. So after trying a number of occasions, I've searched to see this problem. So the problem basically is that the API, by the time they created this documentation, this one of using this, they are still using like they are still using a lower version of TanStack router. So everything has changed to where they are using this one. There is a GitHub repost, I think it is this one, which shows how they have been changing. You can see the last one that they have is from create server file route. Before the create server route, they had to use this. If you check up here, you see they started with this create API file route, which is being used in the documentation here, create API file route. So this one was the one that was there. This was changed in some other version. It was changed, and even that one, after changing it to, so they changed it to create server file route. So after even that one was changed in a version, let's say down where, somewhere here. So that one was also changed. So you can see even here, this was changed from server route to create file route that we're having in the documentation. So I think changing of this, it caused a bug. So because you can see that this, after changing that, it really caused a bug, and now we cannot have the file upload working. I've tried my level best to debug. If someone has a solution to this, he can actually help us figure it out. But for now, just going to return back the old URL. So I'm just going to go back to our app. I'll just go ahead and return back this one. I think it was this one. No. We just need to return the one that was there. I'm just going to go ahead and comment this. Let me remove this one. I think it is this one. Okay, so I'm just going to return this one, where we just have this input. So after creating these categories, you can just go ahead and create more categories just to match the ones that we have on the other side. So if you just go back to this side, we have iPhone, Mac, iPad. So I think we should be having 3. For some reason we have 2. Something is not right here. We have Mac. Then I'm seeing that we have the most powerful. What is this? Let me first go to the database and check on the categories. We have 2. Just going to go ahead and delete this one record. Okay, and just going to refresh. So we have Mac. So just go ahead and create other ones. So just have the iPhone. I'm just going to go back here. Let me close this since they are not working and helping us. I'm just going to go ahead and close these ones. So I'll just go to iPhone. Okay, so I'm just going to look for one image here. Let me save, copy image address. Go back here to this. I'm just going to say iPhone. most powerful line of all. So let's go ahead and create. So I think I'm supposed to something like revalidate, or router.refresh somewhere. Let me just go and see if we can call that. So after this, create on submit, I think supposed to have somewhere they refresh. So if you go back to our documentation and you see the create task, you see await, and we have this window.location.reload. So let me just go ahead and try to call this here. Okay, let's create the third one. So I'm just going to go back here. Let's see. Go to home. So you have iPhone, Mac, iPad. So if you go back here, iPhone, Mac, iPad. So let's just go to the actual Apple. Just going to go to iPad. Okay, I'm just going to go with this one. I'm just going to go to create, and let's look at the description they have here on the iPad. Serious performance, iPad, the most performant of all, and just put this. Okay, so you can see now it works. And then the last one, let's go ahead and see. So we have watch and AirPods. So I'm just going to go here. Let's go ahead and get watch and AirPods, which I'm not seeing the watch, but I'm just going to say watch. I think others are not there, but I'm just going to say Apple Watch. Okay, so just going to copy this, copy image address, the ultimate way. So this one, just going to go here, Apple Watch, based for monitoring health. And put this. Okay, and yeah, so just going to have these products. I'm just going to also duplicate, and we'll have the AirPods. Okay, AirPods. The most beautiful and elegant, and just add this. Okay, so we have all these, and now we can just go to products. and we have just to go ahead and create some of these products for each individual. So I'm just going to go so we just need to start creating the products. Okay, so here we have this form for products. We just need to create some. We start with the functions. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to where we have the categories, server functions. I will just duplicate these ones and send them to where we have the product, and we'll have this one as create product. Okay, and then the data that we need here, I'm just going to go to the product form model, and if you just want to know the actual data that we need is in here on the submit. So this submit data here is exactly what we just need to create. So I'm just going to copy this, and let's go to the product server functions and let's paste this here. So we need the slug, features, name, all these ones here. And then here we check also the existing, so you can check the product. And then here you can just say product already exists, and then we can create the product, and this is going to be product. And then here we're just going to return also the product, and we can just say product created successfully. We shall see the get, but it just start with the create product. We see if it can work. I will just go to this, to where we have this category, the category form. I will just go ahead and from the submitted data, I will just copy this same thing here. Okay, I'll just go to the product, and from the submitted data here. Okay, first of all, we're just going to call the toaster, and I'm just going to create quickly here the const loading set loading is going to be equal to use state, and just going to start with false. And down here just going to say create product, and then if it is okay, then down here we're just going to use that. So you could also just go to this category form. I'm just going to go to where we have the submit button here, and you can copy this button to the product form down here. Okay, I'm just going to paste this. So instead of the category, I'm just going to say product, just like that. And let's import the loader. Okay, so now we should be able to create this the products. I'm just going to go, we're going to start with maybe the iPhone products. So you could just go here and let's go to where we have iPhone. Maybe we start with Mac, since this is the first one. So we have the Mac here, MacBook Air 13, I'm just going to go here and let's paste this here. MacBook Air 13 and 15, just like this. Let me bring this near here. You can just get the description. Paste this, price, and then the category. Now, right now we need to say to actually fetch the actual category before I go to the price. So let's go and see where we are getting these categories. So if you just look at where we are getting the categories that they are mapping here, where we have the category, you said this is imported from the categories, I believe. I'm just going to first remove all these. Okay, let me just look for categories. So you can see that the categories come from here. So we don't want the categories to come from there. We already have the categories. Okay, we already have the categories. So what I just need to do is on the so this is we could pass in the product model, we could actually pass in the categories. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and pass in the categories in this product model here. So I can just go to the page for, let's go to the page of dashboard category, products here. So this is a place where we can actually fetch the categories and pass them here. So in this component right now, we're not passing in anything, so I'm just going to say loader. And in this loader, I'm just going to actually get the data. I'm just going to go ahead and I say const categories is equal to await get categories. So we have these categories, and I'm just going to go ahead make this a sync, and let's go ahead and return. So if I wanted, in this case, I would actually get like go in this function, this one, get categories. I would just actually create another one if I wanted, like get product, and I could just say this product categories, and in this case I would actually select ID and name because we only want these for purposes. So I would just do something like this. Okay, and in this case, if you look at these, they have name and ID. So I'm just going to go ahead, and I could start by going to let's go to the product here. So we'll just use get product categories, and this would give us this name. And so we could just go ahead and also create the in the lib where we have all these. I can export another one which is going to be product category. Product category, and just going to say it has ID and just like this. So let's go back to here, and here we have these categories, and then return. So let's go ahead and return the categories. So we just get these categories here, const, just going to say route dot, so just going to say route dot use loader data like this, and then in here I'm just going to pass in the categories. So the only thing we have, just go here and we say categories, type product category, just like this, array, and I'm just going to go ahead and pass this in the where we have this product form. I'm just going to pass in the categories, and these are going to be categories. And then inside this component, let's go ahead and actually accept categories, and we go in here, we also pass in the categories, and these are going to be of type product category array like this. Okay, and this, we now don't need the categories, these ones, we don't need them now. So the ones that we have are now actually from database. And if you see how we are using them here, categories, okay, if I just go down here, you can see ID and the name. Those are the two things we actually need. So now if I go back, we should be able to load, yeah, so we should, if I just come here to add, now these here we have are from the, actually from database. So let me just now go ahead and start with the MacBook, and I'm just going to say MacBook. Let me just do this, MacBook Air. Just need like each category, like 2 products. I'm just going to go ahead and add this as a description. Price is $99, and then there's going to be Mac, and let's get the image. So I'm just going to get the copy image address, and let's paste it here. So here where they have features, we can just like I'm just going to say M4 cheap. I don't know if I just click on this, and if there are any more details really to put in. I'm just going to say M4 cheap. For here, M4 cheap, and then I'm just going to add another one. Let's say 13 and 14, 13 and 15 inch. I'm just going to go ahead and now create the product. Should be able to create the product. Okay, it has created, but I didn't see it. I didn't see the button down here. Maybe it's probably because in here we have here set loading to true, and then now it will work. Let's create another one. So the second one is going to be this MacBook Pro 14 and 16. Okay. And then the description is this. Okay. The price is $15.99. Still we have Mac. And the image, I'm just going to go ahead and get this black image. And there's features. For the features, we have actually M5, M4 Pro. Let's say M5, M4 Pro, and finally M4 Max chip. Okay, let's go ahead and create. So this, you see, it has this creating. Nice. So we can also go ahead and fetch. Since we already have some, we can just go ahead and fetch some in the let's first go to the products functions, and where we have this get create product. So this is why we have this get categories. I'm just going to change this one to get products. Okay, get products. Just here we just need to get products db. So we have the products here. I'm just going to say dot product. Okay, so let's look at the data that we need right now. So if you just go back here, if you look at this, we have the image, name, title, description. We need the category, category name. We need the price and the stock. Okay, so we can just start ID, the name, then the image, slag, description. So we basically don't need this, but what we need is actually select the category, and then from the category we need to on the category we need to we could include, but we could also do select actually. And what do we need from this? We need the name. Okay, so we just need the name. It's going to be true, just like this. So we still need another one, like for example in stock, which is true. What else do we need? In stock we need the price. We need price. We need the category, title and description, and the image. That's the data we need for now. And let's go and say return products. So if you just hover on this, we have the types here that I'm going to right now copy Okay, so this one is product with category. I'm just going to go back to where we have this. We need to say product with category. I'm just going to paste this like so. So if we just go back to this, we return these products, and let's go to products page. I'm seeing one error. I don't know, because of this, I guess. So let's go here, and we also pass in. So I'm just going to go ahead and also get products, and I'll wait get products like this, and here I'm just going to return also products. So down here I will go here and also get products, and then here we'll have products which is product with category array, just like this. Now is what we're just going to use here. So now we can actually remove these categories and the products like that. Okay, we have 3 errors. Okay, this one is here. We don't need to pass in the category product category ID, because we can actually now have product dot category dot name, like we have this. And now down here, let's see handle edit. So we could just go to the handle edit, and here we're just going to be passing in product with category, and even this just going to say product with category, just like this. And if you just go down here where we have handle delete, the same thing, just going to pass in product with category. And then finally down here where we have product, and we are passing in the selected product here. So we are passing it in the model for purposes, I think, for editing the existing product. I don't know what I've left behind, but let me just go inside this model, and for the product, which is going to be also the product with category, like this, and which doesn't have features. And I think the only thing are features, and the also the category ID. Okay, so I can just go ahead and add them in easily. So I'm just going to go server function, and let's add in features and also the category ID, just like this. And let's go the types in this here. I'm just going to add in features, which is going to be string array, and also the category ID, which is a string, just like this. So if just to go back here, we still have 2 errors. Okay, they are gone. So just go back to this to the index product. So we don't have any errors, which should actually at this point in time have the products here. So you can see we have the products, and they are categories. So just go ahead and add in. So now let's leave the MacBooks, go to the next one, which is going to be the iPad. So just add some iPads here. So just going to add iPad Pro, and can just simply copy the image address, this is also from 99, so the description 9, and this is iPad. The features, I don't know, we can just like leave them. Just going to say new, and let's go ahead and create. Okay, I think those are enough. We can just like create others, but you can see that if you just go back the categories, we should be able to have others that have products. For example, Mac, I'm surprised that we don't have here the products. Let's go to the console and see. And here I'm saying count. Okay, so it is underscore count. So if we just go back to the types, let me see what it is actually counts. So what do we have in the categories? So I'm just going to go down to where we have the count in the table. Select description, category ID. Wait a second. So I have the image, category name, slug, description. Okay, so here we actually have the count. So we're just going to say this is on category dot count, then dot products, like this. So like this should just give us the actual ones. Yeah, you can see that we have like 2 here and 1 in iPads. So then we can just like create another one with these stats here. And we just get like the one that's going to give us the stats. Let's go ahead and create one more server function. So you just go here in the server functions. So in server, we're just going to add the one for dashboard.ts. I'm just going to go here and get one of these, not create, but the one for get, just like this. I'm just going to add it here. Just going to say get dashboard stats, like this. We're just going to import this and also the DB. So if you look at these statistics, we need total products, which is total categories. So we can just say, for example, for categories total, we just need to say dot category dot count. Okay, just do this. We don't need anything like this. So this is categories. Then we can just get products. it's going to be product.count. So we have these ones, and then we have categories, then the total value. So the total value is for the inventory. So you can just like go ahead and fetch all the products. So instead here we could use find many. So this returns, and I'm just going to say inside here I will say select price. Okay, I'm just going to say select price to true, and then here you can just say total const total this this would be equal to products dot reduce. So just do reduce, and in here I have like the cumulative and the item, and then here I'm just going to return which is going to be cumulative plus item dot price, and then this is going to start from 0, something like this. This gives us the total. So one more thing is the ones which are in stock. So you can see we have 10, but then I say here also 10 in stock. I'm not sure if we can we could just say like we have just going to use only that one value. Then we have the stock rate. I don't know how to calculate the stock rate. I think it's calculated in here. We can just say now. So these are like products. I'm just also going to add the where clause. So I'm just going to say where. Just going to say in stock is true. Just like this. Okay. So I would also get, so these are like active, like in stock. In stock products, like this. So just have in stock products, but we also need like all the products without the where. So I'm just going to get also the product, like product count. So for this one, I'm just going to actually do this dot count. Okay, like that. And then this is going to be in stock products to get the total value. So just return an object that is in this. So we have the, I'm just going to return here for example categories. Categories and the products So for the products, we have two types of products. We have the total products. I'm just going to say total products, which is actually the products. Let's see what we have. The in stock, and then you have the product count. Okay, so this is the products count, like this. Now we have also the in stock products, which will be in stock, products the length, and then we have the total value, total value, which is going to be actually the total. And finally is the percentage, the stock rate. So like if you look at this, is the products available. So that would be we have to get if I want to know the percentage of the stock available, we have to get the in stock products length over the products count, then times 100. Okay, so if we just hover here now and look at this, I could just like cut this into like stats is equal to, I paste this, and then I'm just going to return stats. So if you hover stats, this is the you can just copy this, and let's go to the lib data here, and just say export type dashboard stats, and I'm just going to paste this. So let's go to the dashboard overview page. So dashboard index. So this is where they computed everything. In this case, I'm just going to go in here. I will pass in the loader. I'm not sure if the loader, how you pass it in has any. So I'm just going to do this. Okay. So I'm going to say const stats. Stats is equal to await get dashboard stats, and we're just going to say return the stats just like this. Maybe we just make this async, and let's put a comma here. So all these things we're just like calculating, we might actually not need them. So in here, we're just going to need one thing. So just going to say const, and it's going to be equal to route.use loader data. We're just going to get the stats in here, and then we can just say stats of type dashboard stats, like this. Okay, so you can just go to the dashboard overview here. Total products, we can just say total stats dot total products, and then we have in stock, which is going to be stats dot in stock products, and then for categories is going to be stats dot categories. Total value is going to be stats dot total value, and finally the stock rate, which is going to be stats dot the stock rate. Okay, and I think that's it. Category distribution, we're just going to get that one also, but we can actually first remove all these things here, so we can just get all these, even these ones. Okay, so the only thing we just now need is this name and the count. So let's also go to the still in this, where we have this. Okay, so what we could also get is they call it products by category. So you fetch a category with its products, get products by category. Product count by category. So this would mean that we get the categories. So here it means we're just going to go here and we say find many. Inside here we're just going to say, first of all, we're just going to select, so we could just say already underscore count, and we're just going to say in here select, and you're just going to say product to true. So this gives us the count, but then on this we also need the title. So let's just bring the select the name, okay. So if you hover onto this, this is what you get in the types. I'm just going to go ahead and get categories. I'm just going to also go to the side where we have our types. So let me go ahead and add these types in here. So this is category with product count. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this here. This is saying duplicate. I don't know why I'm duplicating this. I'm just going to say maybe dashboard category. So I'm just going to go ahead and go to where we have these server functions, dashboard, and look at this function. This is get product count by category. So going back to the index, dashboard index here, we can also get another one. Just going to say call these ones categories is equal to await. I'm just going to say get, and if this just get category, get product count by category. Just going to go ahead and also return this as categories. So if you just go here where we have these start, we can actually just get the categories here. So comma categories, I'm just going to go here. It's just going to be type of dashboard like this. So for the count is going to be cut dot count dot products, just like this. So if you just go back to the dashboard, I don't know how to add the loading spinner for now. Yeah, so you can see right now we have the actual data right now, which is really nice. So we can just turn now to the home page. Since we already have these, I'm just going to go and reuse those ones. So you can just go back to the home page, and basically I'm just going to if I could just come here, I can just copy these, and let me just go to let me just go to our index. So this is the index. We just go to this where we have the component. So in here, so here before or after, I'm just going to add the loader. Just like this. Just going to paste these two here. I will make this an async. So this is going to be get categories actually. get categories, and then this is going to be get products. So then let's return. I'm just going to return categories and then the products. So when you just go to the home page here, we can just get the products. So we can say const. I'm just going to say here route dot use like this, and I can just say products here and categories. So these products, we reduce them by 4, and then the categories, so we actually don't need these ones here from this. We also need store header for now. I think we need the store header, I don't know, but I just go here, let's reload. Okay, so you can see we have all these, and then the featured products, we also have these ones. Maybe we just need to find out for those pages. Let's add this on top here, the store header. Yeah, just need the store header. Okay, so we could just like add the categories as an assignment. You can just go ahead and get these airpods. So right now this is going to try get from this is not getting from the database, these ones. So you can just like fetch that page just as learning, and then maybe the one you're just going to do is this detailed page. So I'm just going to do for the product detailed page, and then we'll look at that. Basically we have some errors here, and it's just because we have not given the types. So I'm just going to go ahead and give types here. So for the product, I'm just going to say let's say product. I'm just going to say product here. Of course, it's not just like product, but an array. And this is also the category, just like this. So I just need for the detailed page where we have, for example, this is going to be the last one. I will not do for category, so just going to do the category slug. I'm just going to do the product slug. So already we have the loader. The most important thing is now to implement this get product by slug. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and maybe cut this function, cut this, and let's take this to the server functions where we have the products. Let's add this get product by slug. Now just make sure that you are following this create server function. I'm just going to go ahead and duplicate this, and I'm just going to rename it to this. The method is get, so it means that we'll have to pass in the data. I don't know in the handler if we say that we're just going to pass in something, because normally if you look at what you have here, you have context and maybe also data. So I'm just going to see if we can just like extract data from this. So we expect to get the slug. Okay, it's because this data is undefined. We just have to pass in the validation in between there, but just going to have the slug, and then we're just going to say find db. So we just need a product. I'm just going to say here db.product dot find unique. Just going to pass in a where, and we're just going to say slug equal to slug. There is no any selection. We're just going to return the product. As simple as that. Now for whatever this data is, here we just say input validator, which was actually taking it was taking in data and then returning data, but then this data was of type slug string like this. Yeah, so we just need to call this get product by slug. So wherever we just go here in this, here we just need to first of all get this get and in here, if you just look at this slug, so here we just I think pass in data, and then we pass in slug, I don't know. I'm not sure if that is going to be okay. Then we have get the category. So supposed to use this product to get the slug of the category. But instead we're just going to say get category by ID, because what we need is simply to return back also the category. So instead of just getting this, we're just going to get category by ID. So I could just go to wherever we have also still the server functions. Let's say in the category. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay. and I will just go here and let's name this get category by ID, because we'll have the ID, and we're just going to pass in here the ID, and then even here the ID, and then we're just going to say category, and here we just say ID, and let's return. So this is going to be cut, and even this is going to be cut, just like this. So we just go ahead and get the get category inside this. Let's call this now, and these are now await. Okay, and which means we're just going to make this async. Let's get product dot category IDs, what needs to be passed in here. Okay, type string is sendable type. Okay, so just going to pass in the y passed in the okay, I passed it as ID, just like that. So this should just give us the product that we have clicked on. So we clicked on product, cannot read slice. I'm not sure where is the slice. These images, in this case it is one image, so I'm just going to say I'm just going to remove it from the map because we didn't create the images. I'm just going to create this as simply one. It's going to be product dot image, and just remove this. Okay, yeah, so you can see like we are onto this. However, we are not getting the category. I don't know why, but let's go back to the home. Let me click on this MacBook, this one. Still in here we don't have the category, so it seems like the category is empty. So if I just go here and I say console.log category, let's go to this. So if you look at 43, It seems we didn't okay, so we didn't await this. Yeah, so I think that was the problem. We were just like didn't await, so now it should just be able to put the mark there. Yes, nice. Yeah, so we have all those things. I think you guys you have enjoyed this tutorial where we have created all these CRUD functionalities. We have discovered what is possible and not possible with the TanStack Start. Yeah, so thank you so much for watching. I will see you in the next one.